Okay, let's do this. Are we ready? Everyone ready? Ready to have some fun, make some paintings? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists of all time. Today we're going to be looking at the art of Nicole Eisenman once again. Today is the second of 2 episodes. I just realized the other one that we did on Tuesday is sitting upstairs on top of the refrigerator drying because we used a lot of texture in it. And I wanted to put it in a place where it could sit and not get bumped or touched. And it was also kind of a little bit warm and not too cold so that it would dry evenly. So I've been thinking I've got to remember to get that before the show starts, but I forgot. So maybe at some point I'll run up and grab it. So that episode was one of our beginner episodes, and we were just learning a little bit about how to use some texture in the paint. We used some shavings from an eraser, and we used some heavy gel to give the paint some thickness. Today we're going to be doing something totally different. We're going to be working on this painting, which has lots of areas that we're going to require a little bit of blending. And so we're going to practice that with today's episode. Now, this one is probably for our more advanced artists. A beginner artist could certainly attempt to do this, but you're certainly it takes a little bit of time, and so if you're a beginner artist, you might find it a little bit daunting, a little bit frustrating. Having said that, there's nothing wrong with trying to challenge yourself, and that's what we're all about, is trying to learn and trying to get better. Okay, so this is the painting we're going to be recreating. I have done an outline for this, which you can download and print out, and we're going to transfer it onto the canvas in just a few moments, and I'll show you how to do that. Maybe before we go to that step, let's just talk about the basic process that we're going to unfold. So we're going to get the image transfer done right at the beginning. Then we're going to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. While all that's drying, we'll talk a little bit more about Nicole Eisenman's biography. We did kind of more of that last time. I think what I want to do today is also introduce some other figurative painters that might be of interest to you. If you've stumbled upon Nicole Eisenman's work and you're like, wow, this is really cool, I would love to find out more people like them, here's what we'll do. We'll take a look at that. And then we're going to follow basically this sort of outline, kind of ping-ponging back and forth between the background, foreground, ideally just twice, and then we'll wrap up. Today's going to be a little bit longer. I wouldn't be surprised if we run about 3 hours or so. So if you're watching the video long after it aired or a minute after we signed off, you can always just skip right to the very end. There's timestamps in each of these videos, and you can just go right to the end, look at the side-by-side comparison, and go, did it turn out the way that makes me interested to pursue trying to do this or not? And then you can decide. So if you want to support the channel, here's a couple of very simple ways that are totally free that might just cost you a little bit of time. And I certainly encourage you to take a photograph of the art that you make today and upload it to the Facebook group so that everyone can share in the glory of your creation and get inspired by artists just like yourself who are making art, maybe for the very first time. There's also ways that you can support the channel for the cost of a cup of coffee. If you find anything we do helpful, here's a few different ways that you can do that as well. Okay, so let's get into the basic image transfer process. Usually I like to try to do this beforehand. I've been a little bit busy because I'm doing a major pivot to try to include a whole bunch of Ukrainian artists that I was intending to do in November of this year, but considering everything going on in the world right now, I've been shifting, and so there's a lot of work you're going to see coming up here in a little bit that I think is going to be really exciting. But anyway, so to do the image transfer, what we're going to do is I'm going to encourage you to download it from this Dropbox folder. It's in I think it's one of the first things in the description below. you're going to see all of our easiest paintings are at the very, very top of this folder, including Tuesday's episode where we did one other Nicole Eisenman. There's a second one that I think is also pretty simple in here that you could also do. Now, all of these are other paintings that we've already done. So you may recognize some of these names, you may not. You can go through each one of these folders and see if you find something that is of interest to you. And here we are, number 120. You click in here, you'll see 3 files. There is 2 versions of the outline, a JPEG and a PDF, and then the original, whichever is easier for you to print out, right? And then just before we do that, just a reminder, join the Facebook group. Every episode I do a little description. I write, look at all these awesome works. I write a little bit about each artist and kind of give a little bit of insight into what we're going to be doing each episode. So that is an invitation. Okay, so with the image transfer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a blank 9x12 sized canvas. Now, this is just like a canvas you can get at the dollar store or at an art supply store. It's costs about $2. I ordered these off of Amazon. I like them. They seem to have a little bit more strength, and when they get wet, they don't warp quite as much as some of the other ones that I've used recently, which I did not tell you who made them because I didn't want to point anybody in the wrong direction. So a 9x12 size canvas, and then I've also put a little bit of white acrylic gesso over top of it and let it dry, and then gave it a little sanding so it's a little bit smoother. Now, you don't have to do that, but when we're making paintings that have a lot of detail, it makes things so much easier because you're not having to kind of go up and down the peaks and valleys of the weave, the texture of the canvas. So once I've got my painting kind of roughly centered here, you know, sometimes I think to myself, what is there something I want more sky? I think this right in the middle is pretty good. Okay. Now, obviously, I'm not going to do every single line on here, and I'm going to use some of this carbon transfer paper or carbon paper or graphite paper with slightly different kind of material, but does the exact same job. And just slide this under here. Make sure that the shiny side is down. Otherwise, you're just going to draw lines on the back of your paper. Oh, got something, a little burp. Okay. So I'm going to endeavor to do this in about 4 or 5 minutes. And you'll see that I don't do every line because I don't want to be totally beholden to the outlines. I just use them to help kind of get the picture started. And you could try to do this without the template. I think it would be a little bit tricky. Today's episode is a little bit more complex, but we have done that many times, so it's not out of the range of possibility. And I certainly know that if Paula's watching right now, she, for the past couple of years, has been doing almost every single one of these episodes without using any of the templates, right? Which is just kind of mind-boggling. So if Paula can do it, you can do it too. I was just reading a little bit of an interview with Nicole Eisenman, just talking about this painting, and very briefly. But it's interesting that Nicole Eisenman was saying that they it sort of appeared, at least in the interview, that they didn't see these dogs as belonging to the walking figure, and instead as actually sort of maybe guarding this pathway and not impeding the progress of this walker, but sort of just almost like kind of guarding, yeah, the way here. which I just thought was interesting, because when I first looked at this painting, I thought it was someone taking a bunch of different dogs for a walk. Because where we live, just a couple blocks away, there's a dog hospital and kind of kennel, and so there's always people walking dogs, you know, like these dog walkers who have like 10 dogs tied to their waist. And so I guess that just shows you a little bit about what I bring to a painting, or this particular painting, is I just assume if there's a whole bunch of dogs off a leash running around a person, that they're all somehow associated with that person. But according to Nicole, these dogs are kind of on their own. So that might change kind of maybe the way that one might think about this painting, because if the owner is not the person walking the dog, then are these dogs just off on their own doing their own thing, a wild pack of dogs? Or is there an unseen person somewhere out, you know, off the side of the composition? I don't know. I think I love kind of just speculating about that kind of thing when I see a painting, is trying to think about, like, what is the story here? And I don't think Nicole Eisenman, you know, knows or even really cares to know exactly what's going on in these paintings, because I think they like to kind of set up situations and then see where the painting goes. And they said as much in a video that I think we talked about last episode, where the painting just sort of, you know, you start, but you're not really sure where it's ultimately going to go. And that's my favorite thing about painting as well, is working on a painting and not really knowing where you're going to end up. It's a little bit scary when you're just getting started. You're like, I don't know. It's like, I guess if you were a new driver and someone is like, yeah, let's just go for a random drive, and you're like, oh, I don't know. I need to know where we're going. I need to be able to get the map out. Okay. So that's where I'm at. You can see maybe I'll just do a line here. I think that's all that I need. All right. So, you know, this is a good just reminder that just because all those lines are there doesn't mean we need all of them on the page or the canvas, right? So, okay, so what's the next step? The next step is to apply some color over top of this. Now, we can take a look just really quickly at the original and just see if there's any clues as to the steps that Nicole Eisenman took to get the painting to its finished state. Sometimes artists leave us clues, and sometimes they don't, right? So let's just see. No. It does look like there might be possibly either a white or some kind of slightly yellow quality underneath here. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. So in any event, I'm just going to use the process which I normally do for each one of these episodes, which is to put some of my warm yellow down to get started. And if you're wondering what's that warm yellow, then let's just talk about that right now. So when I talk about using a warm yellow, What I'm talking about is using this Azo Yellow Deep by Amsterdam paint. And you do not have to use this brand. I'm not sponsored or paid a penny by any of these people, or they don't ship me free paint or any kind of crazy thing. This is just a paint brand I think is for the money probably your highest quality. It's still probably considered to be like a student grade paint, but these are the tubes that I have in this box that we've done 206 will be today, and there's way more that we've actually done. If you want something that's a little bit higher grade, here's the golden paints. They're probably one of the at least here in North America, probably one of the highest quality acrylic brands. Liquitex, this is their beginners student line, the basics, but they also have a higher quality one. I can't remember what that one's called. Winsor & Newton, they're also a pretty big brand, more so in Europe and with oil paints. Artist Loft, this is the Michael's Art Supply brand. Buzz, Bebo, Holbein, and Dialer Rounding. I know I go through those really quickly, but we've talked about this before in those very first episodes, so I'm not going to belabor the point of how to find that information. Okay, so let's get some paint on here. I'm going to take this and put some warm yellow here. And you could certainly, I invite you to experiment with this. We've done a number of experiments where we've used red and blue and pink and green as what we call the Imprimatura, or the first layer of paint, or the first paint. And different artists do, like, there are some artists that don't do this at all. I would say probably most, when I look at videos by other people who teach painting here on YouTube, almost none of them do any type of staining to the canvas and just start painting directly onto the white canvas. There's nothing wrong with that per se. It is maybe definitely a very new approach to painting. There were some impressionist painters that painted directly onto the white canvas, and there were some pop painters in the 60s that also painted directly onto the white canvas. But by and large, throughout the history of art, at least in the Western sphere, artists would apply some kind of color to get the painting started. And actually, the beginning of the previous Nicole Eisenman episode we did, I showed a little a video, or I just paused on a video that showed them applying some the Imprimatura as well as an underdrawing simultaneously. So I think that video is in the description below if you want to watch that video. Okay, so I just applied this color over here. This is going to give the painting kind of a nice warm glow. Again, you don't need to do this. If anything, it's in some ways it seems to take longer because we're just like, oh, look at all this stuff we're doing at the very beginning of the painting. But it can also save us time depending on the painting you're doing, because this color we might just use this yellow and just keep that there. So really, one of the reasons artists started doing this in the Renaissance is kind of a time-saving technique. And also because they painted in many layers of paint, of which this would just be the first layer. Right? They'd use glazing techniques. Look at all the people watching. There's Tanya, Paula, Laura, Holly and creating, watching, that's cool. Holly says, just popping in to say hello. The painting looks fab. I'll catch you in the replay land. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I know not everyone is able to join us live when these episodes air, so... In fact, 90% of the people who watch these are not watching it live, so... Hello to those of you watching in the future. Okay, so that's great. We've got the painting started. This kind of yellow too, or any color, is also just going to help keep the carbon that we've applied with the transfer from rubbing too much into subsequent layers of paint, which can be, I would say, is usually a good thing. But there are some artists that actually like to use, like in fact the cubists, for instance, use charcoal and then paint it into the charcoal, and that pigment would mix into the colors. So for every technique out there, or so-called happy accident, there's the, you know, some, oh no, it's mixing. There's another artist goes like, it's mixing, bing, right? So maybe, you know, maybe when you make a so-called mistake, you've actually stumbled upon something new and a new opportunity, and a door is waiting for you to go through, right? Heidi says, hi everyone, this is a bit of a strange painting. Yes, it is. We'll talk about that, and let's go right to that right now. Let's talk a little bit about Nicole Eisenman's biography and about their work, as well as some of the other artists that have done similar types, or at least figurative artworks. Okay, so I also just want to mention right off the top that Nicole Eisenman uses both she, her pronouns as well as they, them. And we talked about this in the previous episode. I know that might be kind of a new thing for some people watching, to try using different pronouns. I always think it's... You know, yes, it is a little bit difficult if it's the very first time you've done that, and it can get confusing, and sometimes we forget and make mistakes. If you watch the last episode, there was many times where I would sort of make a mistake and then correct myself. And I think that's all people who want to use non-binary pronouns want, is just a little, is that attempt to try to give people that level of respect, you know. So if that's something that is very upsetting to you, that the idea of using a different pronoun besides he and her, I encourage you just to try to power through today's episode and paint along with me anyway, because the world is changing whether you like it or not, right? So Nicole Eisenman, let me see, we talked a lot about their biography last time, so I'm not sure if how much of this I want to rehash. So let me see if there's just some artworks that we could look at. This Hauser and Wirth is the big art gallery that represents their work. Here's their, let me see, is there selected images? One of the things we'll just sort of see right off the top is that there's a lot of sculpture that they've done as well. And obviously we're focusing on painting, so we're not doing any of these sculptural things, but I think it is really interesting just to see how they work in different mediums. Painting is probably the thing that Nicole Eisenman is known most for, but you can see there's some pretty wild, like, what? These are weird, and like they're in like a cemetery, these sculptures. That is wild. I love the idea of making a sculpture, photographing it on a park bench, right? There's something really transgressive about that. These are beautiful. Look at that. That's weird. It's like a jawbone boat on a green river. Here's this fountain, people lounging around the fountain. Here's their studio. One thing I really think is very cool about their work here, let me see, oh, maybe there we go, is just also how they're incorporating contemporary, like somebody looking at the computer, sitting on their laptop, people with headphones on, which, I think there's some artists that want to go for this more timeless, quote-unquote, type of image that doesn't include signifiers of today, like phones or televisions and stuff, because it seems to kind of place it in a point in time, and they want it to be able to sit right next to a Michelangelo, at the Uffizi Gallery or something, right? I can understand that. It's the same sort of thing like musicians trying not to put in references to politicians of today because they're like, well, in 10 years people won't know who that is. The thing is that art is always tied to its period, and you can fight it and you can try to kind of keep it outside of history if you think that's even possible. I think because it's going to happen anyway, putting those little details in there help us connect to the painting even more. And we see that, like, we go back to like the Cubists, Picasso putting literally newspaper articles and gluing them, collaging them for some of the very first collages of all time directly into the paintings, and we can go back and literally find where those what those articles were and what date they were printed, etc. So all of these paintings are just so wild. Let me see if there's a few more here. Let's just go up. Here's on Artsy, where you can buy some of these artworks. Some of them are less expensive, $5,000, which you're like, that's a lot of money, but you'll see some of these prices go up pretty high. And I'm sure I think a lot of these are just works on paper. Some of the larger paintings, I'm sure, sell for in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Again, when I look at all these, I just see such a variety of ways of presenting the human body. It seems like they are constantly playing with style and composition. I mean, like, this is just, look, that's totally different than anything we've seen. Like, these are totally different. And then here's something that's much more cartoony. So, yeah, is this, I think here's just I think this is the little bit of text that I saw talking specifically about today's painting, as well as the name of the dog was a Rhodesian Ridgeback. So these are Rhodesian Ridgeback dogs, FYI, if you're like, what kind of dog is that? Okay, so I want to just move on just briefly before we start working on this painting, and just want to quickly introduce a few other artists that I think are doing some really interesting things with figuration today in 2022. Another very well-known artist, Cicely Brown, is doing, they're a little bit more abstract, and but there are figures in here, and often they're sort of based on famous paintings that have people in them, but she's painting them in a very loose gestural way that reminds me of like Willem de Kooning or something. And Willem de Kooning, we're going to be doing a couple painting of his over the next few months. Here's another artist, Dana Schutz, and she's also a style kind of similar to Nicole Eisenman's, or at least plays with style in the same sort of way, kind of a cartoony kind of style. And maybe I'll just show you Cicely Brown's as well. I mean, again, just very weird the way that the figures are sort of broken up and kind of shattered and kind of pieced back together. some might say kind of a cubist thing, but I think they have a very different idea of what's going on here than what Braque and Picasso were doing, as well as many other people. Tishabalala Self is this. I was planning on doing a painting of their work, but this time last year, I just got too many different artists I wanted to do. So we're going to be doing a painting of hers at some point over the next few months as well, because I've got everything all ready to go for that episode. So they're awesome artists. You should check them out as well. Amy Sherald is also another awesome painter that I'm a huge fan of. Another great figurative painter. I just love like the use of color, and sometimes they have these big flat backgrounds of color, and the figure sort of not floating in front of it, but wow, that's beautiful. I love that. That's a cool one. I like that. Okay, sorry, I'm geeking out on these paintings. Grace Weaver is also another awesome artist. Man, Grace Weaver's paintings I think are really cool. Again, some people might look at this and be like, I don't know, just looks like a Saturday morning cartoon kind of thing. Yeah, I could see that, maybe. This reminds me a lot of Fernand Léger, kind of a synthetic cubist painter, French painter. These are great. Look at that. Ooh, so many great artists out here. Eliza Nissenbaum, sorry. Again, these paintings maybe have a little bit more realism than any of the other artists we've looked at so far, but they're still, playing with quite saturated colors in the same sort of way that Dana Schutz and Nicole Eisenman are doing as well. And also just the sort of compression of many figures into one space is sort of a trademark of their work as well. Elizabeth Payton, who's probably a little bit older than this group, I think, is also very famous for her self-portraits, but her portraits, of some celebrities, like David Bowie and Eminem and Kanye West. There's a very famous, here's Kurt Cobain. Awesome artist. I got to meet her many years ago and did studio visits and sort of took her around. I picked her up from the airport as a guest of the school I was teaching at. Kenhilde Wiley he did the official portrait of Barack Obama that's in the National Gallery the National Portrait Gallery in Washington. I think, is that where they have all the presidential portraits? So this painting, this is the official portrait of Barack Obama, which caused some people to jump in joy and exhilaration about breaking the mold from all of the kind of boring old, portraits that are black background and brown, and these guys with big suits, and this one certainly stands out. And then some people are revolted by that kind of change. Anyway, I think it's long overdue. And then John Curran might be the most, besides David Hockney, who's of a much older generation. John Curran, some of these paintings sell right out of the studio, fresh off the paintbrush, for like $5 million or more. He's so high in demand. So he might be probably the preeminent figurative artist, at least in terms of auction sales. Anyway, so I just thought it would be interesting for us just to take a quick little look at some of those different artists, so that if you're interested, those are a couple of my recommendations for you. And also to kind of give some context for Nicole Eisenman's work. Okay, so now that we've put a little bit of this paint on here, we're going to do a little bit of underpainting. And as I said, in the previous episode, we saw how Nicole Eisenman did some of the first initial stages of the painting. So what they would have done is probably just starting with a white canvas, and they might have had a few sketches of this on smaller, or maybe probably like, you know, a large sketchbook pad. And then it appears that they just sort of start attacking the canvas and just start painting with a kind of a dark brown, and the background also starts to get a little bit, you know, they start filling in some of the shapes a little bit. So it just sort of starts evolving quite quickly on its own in that from those initial underpainting stages. Now, we know what the final painting looks like, so that's what our lines are. So we have the benefit of seeing what all of that work and kind of struggle and looks like. So maybe we'll do a little bit going over top of some lines that we might be a little bit worried of that they might disappear on us. So I'm going to squeeze out some paint from my torture device here. This is the device that I, you know, when people leave negative comments on YouTube, I invite them over for a snack, and then I squeeze them through this device. So, okay, so I'm gonna put all of the paint, all of my 6 tubes plus white here onto the palette, because I'm not exactly, I mean, I'm pretty confident we're going to use all of them. Ooh. And then we'll put a little bit of yellow and then some white, and then we're going to get started. And it doesn't even really look like, maybe there's a little bit of black in this painting, but that's something we can also mix ourselves. Okay, painting ready to go. So let's do what Nicole Eisenman does. Let's mix a brown here. Let's mix a warm brown, I think. And to do that, where should we do that? Maybe up here. I'm going to take some warm red. So maybe like 30% warm red. 60% warm yellow to make this orange. So roughly double. And then maybe 10% warm blue. And so if we mix this together like that, we've got kind of a nice, very light brown. And that's a really nice brown. It's actually kind of pretty close to what these dogs look like, or at least some of them. But I think I want this to be a bit darker. So I'm just going to take a little bit of blue. And notice how I kind of set it aside. I didn't just mix it right in here. Because if it got too dark right off the bat, then I just have to kind of either start it again or put twice as much yellow in, then I got a lot of extra paint. Whereas if I just do this a little bit and add as necessary, in fact, let's add a little bit more of that. This way we're not wasting too much paint, right? And there's nothing wrong with any color that you choose, but if it's not the color you want, then you're sort of faced with a choice of what you want to do next. Mix more or use it. Okay, so I'm just going to take my brush. I'm going for a much smaller brush. And let's see these side by side. Now the dogs, you know what? I think I'm just going to use this color and I'm going to paint those dogs just like that. Where I might consider doing a little bit of this. Now you're going to say, but there's different colors in this hair and everything. Remember that most paintings are an accumulation of layers of color. Mostly I just do this just so that, I mean, I don't, usually when I'm painting on my own, I don't do this at all. But if you're kind of just getting started, or you're maybe you've been painting for a little bit, you probably know what it's like to start a painting and then lose all of your underdrawing. So a little bit of this might just help keep some of those details last just a little bit longer. So I'm going to paint these shoes brown right now. And you know what? I think I'm also just going to paint the dogs while we're right here as well. So I might lose a little bit of detail in the dogs, but one of the things that I notice about the way that they painted the dogs is that parts of them, we don't actually see some of the detail in the faces. So they're kind of painted in a bit of a mysterious way. Oops. So it'll be up to you as you're working on this painting to decide like how you want to do these dogs, if you want to kind of keep them a little bit of kind of semi-abstract, or if you want to maybe give them more detail than even Nicole Eisenman had in their painting, right? Going here. Let's go for a slightly smaller. I like these kind of square brushes, especially for this kind of stage of the painting. I always just find easier to get more paint on than using a round or so-called like a pointy brush. Pascal says this painting has a bit of an Edvard Munch touch to it. That's an interesting observation, Pascal. I like that. Yeah, I think particularly in the way that Nicole Eisenman did some of the ground down here, there's definitely that Edvard Munch kind of thing. Yeah, that's great. Great observation. I also see there's a little bit of this kind of brown kind of river over here. And you know what, I'm gonna kind of just, there's all these, some kind of thing going on over here, and I imagine it's almost, it looks like a little bit of just playing with almost a it's like a bit of abstraction on the side of the painting, even though maybe it's supposed to be a bush. I think that they use this as an opportunity to kind of be a little bit playful. Okay, I think that's good for our underpainting. So let's now move on to the next phase we're going to do is our background. So we're going to maybe do a little bit of, we'll do some clouds and the grass. I don't think we'll finish them, but we'll get them started. And then once they're started, we'll go to the foreground. We'll do work on the dogs some more, on the figure, the walking figure. Come back to the background, finish the background, go back to the foreground, finish the foreground, wrap it all up and celebrate. Right? Okay. So, how about, where should we begin? Probably with the clouds is what I would do. Just clean these brushes off a little bit. Now we can save that brown because we're going to be using it again or mixing colors into it as a second time. So, oh, there's Maria. Awesome. Also, I asked in the chat there right at the very beginning, is what's your perfect idea of a walk? If you could walk anywhere or hike anywhere, where would it be? Would it be to Machu Picchu, or would it be along the seawall here in Vancouver, or the Camino de Santiago, which I walked 8 years ago across Spain? Lots of great famous walks, or it could just be something, taking your dog for a walk around the block. That gives you the most satisfaction. So what is your idea of a great walk? And if you could go on a walk with anyone in the world, who would it be? Living, dead, fictional character, Sherlock Holmes, or a real person? Who might that be? I'd be so kind of interested to think about, like, maybe you got some really great ideas of some people that would be a great walking companion. Okay, so let's start with the top here with our, and so two ways that we could approach this is just to paint the blue kind of around and then paint the white in, or we could paint the whole thing blue and then put the white over top. The one thing is, if we paint that all blue, we might lose these lines. So let's do maybe a compromise in which we do a little bit of both, I think. So I'm going to take my blue, and I'm going to add some white to it as well. It's almost a bit too light. If we put them side by side, you'll see. So put a little bit more blue in there. I'm probably gonna have to do a second coat of this, so that's the white in there is gonna be kind of helpful. Okay. So the white in this blue is going to kind of knock back some of that yellow. And I like that yellow, that so it's not like I'm trying to cover it up or hide it. You know, I obviously put this yellow there because I like what it does in paintings. But if we want to try to get this painting kind of in the ballpark of what Nicole Eisenman did, we have to cover a little bit of this up. It never completely goes away unless you're to put like solid white, which, you know, maybe we'll do for these clouds, because these clouds are pretty opaque. I'm not too concerned about getting this perfect at this stage either. There's also the top of that painting. We've got a little bit more room on our side. So maybe I might even add a little cloud up top here. You can certainly add it however you like. These are also fairly large paintings, most of them are. So again, we always have to keep that in mind when we're doing any kind of painting that requires some detail, because it's just like, oh, we're talking something, there's a lot more space for them to kind of play around up here than we have on a 9x12 size canvas. Let's see, what could we do up here? I'm just playing around. Like that. You can see that's not in the original, but that's what's on mine now. And if we don't like it, we can paint that out as well. Now that's going to dry. While this is drying, let's work on the green of the grass. And then we'll come back, and then I'm going to put another layer of this blue and maybe even a little bit of white before we move completely on. So, actually, you know what? Maybe we should do this pathway next, because this pathway is a bit of kind of a brown that I think we can mix here. So I'm just going to keep my brush without even washing it. I'm just going to take that, and where should we do this? The reason why I just took that blue in there is that, you know, we need brown in a blue, or we need blue in a brown anyway, and it's going to kind of deaden this color a little bit. Although now that I look at it, I see I was sort of mixing this color up here, and now I see there's much more kind of this warm pink. So that's okay, because I think what I'll do is I'll just take this color and paint it all the way down, and then later on I'm going to take a little bit of this pink and maybe just do a quick little glaze or something over there. You can see, like, when I'm doing this stage of the painting, I'm really loose, right? I'm not super concerned about getting in the lines and all that kind of stuff. That's all stuff for later. Because this is really one of my favorite parts of making a painting. I really like just playing with, you know, when we start just laying color down in here. It's not the way every artist works. There's some artists that they spend a lot of time very carefully plotting things out with color. And that's a process that works for some people. And for some people, they do their whole painting is very loose. We've looked at a number of artists like that. Like, oddly enough, a lot of the great Indian artists of the past 100 years from East India have used a very loose style. Right? We looked at a number of those great artists, I guess a little bit last fall. And again, those are all there in the Dropbox and on the playlists. Okay. Pascal says, personally, I'd like to walk in the fields around Arles with Vincent van Gogh and talk about colors and skies and the fields. I'd like to go for a walk with another painting and look for a nice spot, and we could both paint. That would be super cool. Yes, and that's the dream of Van Gogh himself, right? Van Gogh dreamed of having that, what we call like the yellow house, which no longer exists. That was destroyed in World War II. But the yellow house is where he was going to build like a series of artist studios, make a little art colony there. He invited Paul Gauguin to come and stay with him. That didn't turn out so well. They got in a big argument. Van Gogh ran off and cut his ear off when Gauguin left. But you could see Van Gogh also wanted that social aspect of spending time with other artists. And that's one of the reasons why I love doing this, because I get to kind of have, it's like an open studio for me. People can kind of come in and hang out and pop by and say hello, like all of you fine folks. So let's move on to the next step here. The next thing I'm going to do is probably put some cool green. I'm going to paint that pretty much like all over, and then we can modify that in a subsequent layer and make it a little bit warmer. So let's take some of this cool yellow. We'll probably need a little bit more. And let's take some cool blue. And again, just before we put that big heap of color in there, let's just see what a smaller amount does, because maybe that's all we need, right? That's pretty good. In fact, I mean, it almost could be a little bit lighter, but as we paint this over, I mean, and lighter, I mean just more yellow as opposed to blue. I think that's good. When we paint it over top of this warm yellow background anyway, a lot of that's going to kind of show through, so we'll still have a pretty light green. You know, I do notice that this particular brand of paint, and any kind of maybe less expensive paint, is going to, when you start mixing it, will probably be fairly kind of thin. Doesn't have a lot of body to it. You know, it's like a McDonald's cheeseburger or something, right? McDonald's cheeseburger, you're not really gonna get a lot of high quality meat in that burger. Nothing against McDonald's, But, you know, there's a reason why the burger is, what, dollar? I haven't been to McDonald's in years, but so it's the same sort of thing when we're using less expensive paints. You know, we're just, obviously there's going to be a difference between using a tube of paint that costs $10 that we can use for 6 months versus a tube that costs $40 that will last a quarter of that time, right? You're just going to get much higher quantity of pigment. Oh gosh, I'm going to restart that. I'm just going to paint right up and over top of this whole swirly thing in the side. So you can look how transparent this is, right? You know, I didn't add any matte medium or anything in here to make it more transparent. Although I could have, that especially if you do use higher quality paint, you might find when you start trying to paint with it that it is more opaque. And different brands of paint are made differently and have different quantities of chemicals and in there, so who knows. Okay, so right now this is kind of a light color, but we're gonna darken some areas significantly, and some others this might be certainly we might even need to lighten it up. I don't know, I haven't thought about it too much, but just paint right over that. One of the big benefits of using our warm yellow to start as the Imprimatura is that it gives a warm base to everything, and even when we paint our cool colors over top, it allows those cool colors to not just instantly recede backwards, which cool colors do. So if we really wanted this to be super cool, then what we would do is probably add some white into this green so that we can kind of get rid of some of this warm yellow, because that warm yellow is mixing into, visually it mixes into the color. It makes this green not just sort of instantly go too far backwards in space. And I love that part of it. Some people might not, but I find that's helpful, because just another way of helping to control, you know, the location of things within a painting, the space. Okay. So this color, you know, is going to be maybe in here, maybe not quite. Well, I don't know. We'll see. It's this lighter color, and then we're going to darken it. So how about, I'm going to blow dry everything. So just to speed this process up. I'll just mute the microphone for. Tanya says, I'd like to go for a walk with Vincent, but I'm not fluent enough in Dutch or French to go hiking with him. You know, that's interesting. For some reason, I have a feeling that Van Gogh also spoke English, which wouldn't be surprising. A lot of Dutch people speak many different languages, whether it's English, French, German, Dutch, and like the same thing with like Swiss people. I've known a number of Dutch people and Swiss people, and they have like 6 languages they speak. Now, that's usually someone who has had an opportunity to have a pretty good education, knows all those languages. Van Gogh wasn't, you know, even though he lived in poverty, he didn't really come from a poor family, and his brother supported him throughout the whole time. So I have a feeling it wouldn't surprise me if Van Gogh also spoke English. So I think you still have a shot at this hypothetical walk, Tanya. Or Tanya or Tanya? I've had friends who have had both pronunciations. Tanya says, did anyone else see Loving Vincent when it came out a few years ago? Yes. Yeah, great. I've talked about that a few times. That's a great movie. An incredibly visually spectacular film. The whole movie is painted in the style of Van Gogh and animated. It's like mind-boggling. I was invited to be one of the artists to work on it, but it was all done in Poland, and I couldn't take like a year off to go and work on that painting. And it didn't pay that well either. So, but it certainly is beautiful. The story, you know, I found it just really hard to focus on the story of that movie, because the visuals are so overwhelming that it was kind of quite distracting. But yeah, highly recommended. Pascal said I haven't seen it, so on my list to. And then we've talked about the Doctor Who episode where they went and got Van Gogh and brought him back to. I show that clip to my students because it's such like a beautiful, touching episode. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm mixing the color for the sky. And I've just put a little bit of warm blue, maybe almost a bit too much, but let's put a bit more cool blue back in here. That's quite a significant amount of paint for that sky, but there's a little bit of white still in here. I'm not going to add any more white to it. I think the white that we've already got in here should be more than enough. So my goal here is to cover all the blue a second time, and to try as best as possible to avoid ridges, because that's going to make it a little bit more difficult to paint the white afterwards if I got too much texture. I'd rather do 2 coats of this paint, or 3 coats, or 4 coats, than do one big thick coat, which will take maybe a couple of hours to dry, and have a bunch of texture that I have to overcome. Right? There's nothing, again, wrong with texture. The previous painting we did, that was also a Nicole Eisenman painting, had an incredible amount of texture on it. Probably more texture than we've ever used. So there's nothing wrong with texture. It's just, if we're trying to do some detail, texture is going to get in the way. So now, if I was painting this on a white background, and if I did do this warm yellow here, you might think, well, this would save me some time, but the thing is, we'd probably still have a little bit of the white coming through that first layer of blue paint anyway. So you always have to, there's always usually a little bit of painting over the same thing. You have to, if you're using really high quality paints, sometimes they can be a little bit more opaque, and so you might be able to get away with just one layer of paint. Although that's not necessarily always the case, because sometimes you can spend a lot of money on paints that are deliberately kind of semi-transparent. So like opaqueness of paint is not in and of itself like a sign of expensive paint or anything. And usually you can see on the back of the tube, it'll say something like its level of transparency or opacity. Okay. It's you know, now it's really hard to judge whether this color is right or not. Like, I look at that and I think, maybe it's a little bit too cool. Maybe it needs to be warmer. I don't know. It's hard to say, because this yellow is sort of, whenever I just try to look at that blue, that yellow is getting in the way. So in order to judge this color clearly, I would have to get it closer to the color we see over here, right? So there's no point in worrying too much about how, you know, bang on we've made it until we get that white in, and then we'll be able to more clearly judge the difference between the two. And there you go, Pascal's already looked it up. Quote, in fact, Van Gogh could speak 3 languages fluently, including French, English, and his native tongue, Dutch. He learned French and English during his time working for the Parisian and London branch of I don't, what was he doing in London? I think, was he there doing like banking or something? A lot of artists went into banking and law before they transferred into making art. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe there's a lot of lawyers who secretly want to be artists to this day. Okay, I think let's do this purple that is right here on the shadows, and maybe we'll even take a little bit of, do a little bit more of the grass. So let's get through this. Purple is going to be over here. So we're going to put some white into it. So this is our cool red and our warm blue. We mix these together and we're going to get a purple. This is going to be a really nice saturated purple, but it's not really the purple that we want. Like, this purple is kind of an unusual color. It's beautiful, but rarely used. Put some white in there. And this helps us maybe more easily judge what we've got on our hands. So right now, this is a little bit more of a cool purple, right? Because it's closer to our cool red. But when we look at the image, we need more warm. We need to kind of pull it more over to this side. So I'm adding more warm blue. And now you see how we've sort of transitioned from kind of a more magenta, pinkish purple to a much kind of bluer purple. Okay, that might be good. So let's just use this and we'll see. I'm also anticipating it might get a little bit darker when we paint it over top of this yellow, because yellow is on the opposite side of the color wheel from purple, right? So they potentially might cancel each other out a little bit. So you just have to be mindful of that. And when they mix, we're going to get the black. That's another good reason to put that purple or the white in there, just to prevent a bit of that from happening. Now it's still a little bit transparent. That's okay. Not surprised by that at all. I kind of lost these lines a bit, so but I think that's probably pretty close for that shadow. It seemed to kind of get a little bit. Oh, you know why this one looks different than this is because I painted this white or with this color, and then I just painted this over top of it, whereas this one I left yellow. So that's why those look a little bit different, which is again always kind of helpful to kind of see. I'm actually going to do this also in the green grass. And I know this is not the color that's there, but I think we're going to paint green over top of that. And it's going to go darker. Okay. So, letting everything dry. Oh, Pascal's guy. So he was in Paris, the Parisian London branch of Goupil and C. Was one of Europe's best known fine art and print dealers. Interesting. Okay, I'm just looking at this sky before I move forward. Since I've got this blue, I'm just gonna paint a little bit more here, any little areas, just to make this a bit more solid. Because after this, I'm going to put some white in here. And that will get this background pretty close, or at least the sky kind of close to being done. So, because I wanted the white, once I start putting the white on there, I probably don't want to be doing any more blue. I'll be using the white over top of some of the blue, in fact, as well, so. Okay, I think that was my big head in the way the whole time. I don't know. So, maybe while that's drying, before I put the white in the sky, let's look at this green. Where it's a little bit thinner, I'm going to apply just a bit more of this, or where it's a little bit lighter. I'm not even going to kind of think too much. Well, you know what? I'm going to just kind of quickly. I was going to see if I could do it kind of. I'll just do the lighter areas, and then you know what? It's like, let's just cover this whole thing as quickly as possible, and then we'll. Remember here I said I was going to paint over that shadow. There I am doing it right now. I just, all of a sudden, that just starts to have a bit more solidity and weight in those areas. Okay. Okay, so what you can already kind of notice that green that we just painted has almost like a neon quality right now, which you may or may not like. Just remember, we're going to darken things significantly all over the place, so this color may only just sort of pop through in a few places. And if I was going slower, I probably would have been a little bit more careful down here to try to keep a little bit more of that yellow that we had, maybe that first layer under here. I can always paint it back with some green and yellow with a bit of white in there. It's not as nice of an effect if I had just taken my time, but it is what it is, and we just keep on moving forward. Heidi Wang says, I'd love to walk in nature with these dogs. Just thinking, yeah, that does sound kind of nice. Just going for a nice long walk with a bunch of dogs. Some people like going for walks by themselves. Some people like going for walks with friends. Some people like going for walks with animals, pets and stuff. When I walked the Camino de Santiago, across northern Spain, I just walked by myself, and there were a lot of people that would walk with groups, or they would just start walking with another stranger. That's not really for me. I'm kind of more of a solitary person. I kind of just want to do my thing and be in my own headspace. So at least when I was doing that type of an adventure, right? For me, that was a very interior experience. You got a great question, Pascal. We'll get to that here in a moment, though. So I just want to see. Let me see. I think I'm going to blow dry this. I'm going to blow dry this, and then actually, I think. Should I go into the foreground? Let me think about it while we're doing that. Okay, I think I'm going to actually paint the clouds in the sky now, so that that can start drying. So I'm just going to take some pure white right off of here, and if you get a little bit of color in it, I wouldn't be bummed out at all, because we'll probably do, again, maybe a couple of coats of white as well, so you have a little bit of room to play. Now, the way that they've painted this is that they're kind of like big amoeba shapes. They're very kind of organic, round, non-angular forms. They remind me a lot of like Miro. Juan Miro, who we looked at a long time ago. I think that was in the previous painting class, the Intro to Painting series that I did a couple of years ago. And Miro is a great artist. I've been to the Miro Museum in... Where was that museum? I've been there. Fondation Miro. It's embarrassing that I can't remember. So, you know, there's a few things that I might need to do a little touching up with some blue afterwards. That's okay too. You know, because I'm also just using a big brush here to pound this paint in. The goal is not to get it perfect the first time. That's what all of the finishing touches are for. You know, we're so used to seeing paintings in museums, and we just think, wow, what a master, just a genius. They just look so smooth and perfect, and how did they ever do that? I wish I could do that. And that's what artists want you to be thinking about when you're looking at your paint. Not all the time, but a lot of artists want you to be kind of admiring how it was done, the craftsmanship or craftspersonship. And so that takes time to kind of perfect those techniques, and we're just seeing the final product, not all of the struggle, not the hours and hours of cleaning up all the little details. Looks like I'm going to be doing a little bit more work on that blue than I expected. Just because a little bit of being, I'm just kind of an impatient person sometimes now. But I knew I would have to do at least one layer of white in order to kind of block out some of that yellow. But I never, whenever I'm doing a painting like this, I'm never even thinking about detail, about perfection, about sharpness at all. Never at this stage of a painting. And I think that's the big takeaway that one should take away from maybe my paintings or anybody else teaching you, is that first hour, depending on the kind of painting you're making, obviously, but you know, if you're making a painting that's trying to look like something else, a representational painting, it's trying to represent some aspect of reality on a canvas, that first, you know, hour or two of the painting should just be getting paint on the canvas as quickly as possible, not worrying about perfection. You know, it's like if you're building a house, you know, and let's say you've got a whole bunch of tradespeople going in and out of the house, they're all working on different parts of the house. it doesn't make any sense to, as soon as you get the walls up, put the carpet in place, right? And then, oh, now we've got to protect the carpet because all these people are coming and going. It's like that carpet would be one of the very last things you put into the house, because it's just going to get wrecked if you try to put it in there and try to protect it. It's just a waste of time, right? So the same sort of thing when you're painting. Like, don't worry about doing all the making sure it's perfect until you're much further down in the construction of your piece, right? Okay. All right, so if we look at these side by side, it looks like I've got the color of the sky pretty close, right? So that was just a layer of my cold blue with some white, and then we let that dry, and then we put, I think, 2 coats of the cold blue with a little bit of warm blue in that same mixture that had a little bit of white in there. I could see even adding just a little bit more warm blue in there, but I would be careful, just because otherwise that's going to become maybe potentially too warm, and then that's going to really want to leap forward, and we want to keep that a little bit further backwards. Wow, so many comments here. Interesting. Heidi says Julia Cameron, who wrote The Artist's Way, wrote that you need to take artist walks where you just walk by yourself. That's a great point. I mean, I remember having a book on walks because I like walking a lot, and you know, it was full of quotes like that by all sorts of different people. A lot of composers, musicians, Nobel Prize winning scientists who did all of their work on a walk. There's a famous example of, I think it's called The Long Walk, and is it Churchill that went for the quote-unquote long walk? It's somewhere in I think London, or outside of London. Somewhere, it's also somewhere inside this skull of mine. Okay. I'm just thinking to myself, am I ready to, can I just move on from this, let that dry, or do I want it to be a little bit more precise now so that I can then start really working on the grass? Because ideally I'd want this area to be as kind of complete as possible before I start kind of overlapping it. You know what? I'm gonna leave this. We're gonna do that. The grass. Let's do that. Let's switch things up here. So let's now go to the foreground, and let's do a little bit of work on the figure and the dogs. All right, so we'll take care of that, and that way we'll have that begun, and then we'll go back and finish the background, and then finish the foreground, right? So to do this figure, you know, he's got this kind of sickly, pale quality here, almost like a ghost or a zombie or something. If we look at it closely, you know, there's 2 ways we could go about this. We could paint the whole face with kind of a, you know, Caucasian skin tone, you know, a little bit, kind of maybe a bit more on the pinkish side, and let that dry, and then glaze some white over top of it. Or we could do the opposite. We could paint the whole face white, and then we could add a little bit of some of this kind of pinky, peachy colors over top of that, right? So one or the other, does it matter? Not really. Which one is easier? I don't know if one is easier. It might be... Might be easier to put the white there first, I think. So let's do just that. I'm going to take my white. I'm going to put this on kind of a little bit thin because we want to be able to make sure that we don't completely obliterate the face. In fact, let's zoom in. Now this is a tiny kind of part of the painting, so it's kind of tricky whenever you're doing details like this. I mean, we're talking this area is the size of a fingernail, right? That whole face. So you do the best you can in this particular area. I'm just going to paint over all of that. Now again, you can see there's a lot of beautiful attention to detail in here, and we're just not going to be able to do that considering the size of canvas we're working on. It is kind of neat just to kind of, when we zoom in, you can see how differently Nicole Eisenman has painted, let's say, that dog versus this dog. It almost looks like that. I wonder how that's done. It almost looks like there's some sort of pigment in there, like charcoal suspended in paint. I don't know, but you can see they're very different than the way these dogs in the foreground were painted, right? All this thick paint versus thin paint. It's like crayon or something. I'm not sure what's in that. That's really weird. Very cool. Now, I'm not going to be able to get all that detail in there, so just try not to be too hard on ourselves, right? So we'll let that blue dry. Sorry, white dry. Let's look at the body here. This clothing, that's kind of a cooler blue. You know what? I wonder if we can get away with just adding more white to this existing color. It's definitely a cooler blue. So I'm going for kind of a lighter color, which we can add a little bit of glaze on to darken them. See, this is why doing the underpainting earlier on can be helpful, because now we can still see where some of those lines were, like the folds in the clothing that would otherwise be essentially would just disappear under this paint, right? And those pants, that's a really quite dark color, basically the darkest color, so we'll mix that in a moment. I guess we can also do that for the hair. Well, that hair, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my brown that we used earlier, I'm going to put this underneath here in the hair. So let's mix our darkest color. I'm just going to clean that brush. Heidi says the clouds could also be Matisse's cutouts. My food analogy is a cake won't taste as great as when it's baked. Yes, yeah. You don't want to eat a raw cake, maybe, but it won't taste as good until it's actually fresh out of the oven. Excuse me. So let's mix our darkest color. I don't think we're going to be using too much more of this red, so maybe I'm going to put it right here. So I'm taking my warm red and my blue. I want to try to avoid the white if I can. Mixing those two colors works really well because they're across from one another on the color wheel. So they're going to give me this kind of muddy purple. Not really the most appealing color. And I think I want a bit more blue in here. There's a bit of white in there, which is going to make this color go a little bit gray. But we'll probably have to mix it again at some point. So I just added a bit of that cool yellow. I need to add more in there. Okay, so you can see this color is a kind of a brown. And that's because I've got a lot of red. I also put a significant amount of blue and yellow in there. But because it needs more blue to pull it out of the brown area and into the neutral core. So let's get some more cool blue. Oh, that was a bit much. Okay. And there we go. You can see putting that cool blue in there just kills the saturation. And now it's like a really, really dark gray. Gray as opposed to black because there was a bit of white in there. But I think, especially considering all the other colors on here, we would be hard-pressed to notice that it's a gray and not a black at this stage. It will just look really, really dark. Now you could just take black and paint wherever you like. The only thing is just black is a really, really dark, heavy color that always seems to sit right on the surface of the painting. And if you think of a painting like a window into another world, black is like a bug on the window itself, right? And so if you are trying to paint, let's say, I don't know, let's say a black car in a painting, and you paint that, and it's, let's say it's far off in the background, and you paint it black right out of the tube, it's gonna look like it is a tiny little car, like a little car sticker stuck to the window, rather than a little tiny black car in the distance. So in fact, you're going to have to use some gray instead of black to make that convincing. Okay, so we'll let that dry just like everything else. And we can use this same color we just mixed to modify the values of the subsequent colors as well, like the grass, for instance. If we want to make that darker, which we will do, then we'll use that color. I know it's a little bit patchy. That's just what happens, right? Okay. So just an interesting question that Pascal asked a little while ago is, do salons still exist? Not just museum, but expositions where painters all go as well. Salons as we know them, or as they were known, I don't think really exist, or they may exist in some extent, but certainly don't have the power and the cultural niche that they once had, right? Salons were like big gymnasiums, halls that would be hung floor to ceiling, and sometimes even on the ceiling, full of paintings, which is why we call like salon style if you hang a lot of artwork all around jumbled up together, like that's like sometimes when there's big, like at Emily Carr, the university I teach at, there's like student sales twice a year, and they hang all the work salon style, so people, because they fill up the whole wall, so people are like, wow, there's so many cool things. But most art galleries do not do that anymore, right? Because it's a little bit busy and you need a lot of content to fill up all that space. But the other thing with salons is that people would submit artwork to the salon, and it would be juried, and they would choose what would be included, and often you'd have far more submissions than what would be accepted. So we still have that kind of thing today, where people will submit artwork to an award or to an exhibition, and then a curator would choose what they want to include. Often the way that those are these days, they're also, people pay to be a part of those types of, and that's kind of sketchy. I always find those kind of generally not encouraged to participate in those kinds of things, because sometimes they're just a money-making operation for the people that run those things. I get emails constantly from people that are running those kinds of things, and I was like, I don't know. But you know, if you're just getting started, it's certainly one way to start. You know, to accumulate some exhibitions on your resume or CV. But oh, so I'm just mixing this green that I want to apply. It's like a kind of a, actually it's not, yeah, kind of disappears in here, doesn't it? I need to make that a bit more brownish. Like me personally, I don't see, the thing is if you're paying someone to mount your exhibition, it's just the likelihood that anything is going to come out of that is probably kind of low. There's not, like, a lot of serious collectors probably are not going to be going to those types of exhibitions, so you might find yourself quite disappointed that you didn't sell anything or nothing really came of it. Often it's like a thing where there might be 100 artworks on display by 100 different artists who each paid $100 to get their artwork on display, and at the exhibition opening it's just 100, those 100 artists that have their work on display are there. Maybe they bring a partner, but no one's really buying each other's artwork, really. So anyway, looking at this and just thinking, what can I do at this point? Got my figures, these dogs. Should I go to the dogs now? That might be a good use of time. Okay. So let's go to the dogs. We'll paint the dogs and maybe do a bit more work on the figure, and then go back to the background landscape. So to get this brown, we've already got this brown, but it looks like we need to mix more. So let's put some more warm red here. I think we'll use a lot of that. And our warm yellow. I'm making this a little bit of a darker brown than we did before, Take more of this blue. A bit more yellow. So what we have there is a much more red brown. And it's not surprising because we used a lot more red. Maybe just a bit more blue. The more blue you put in there, the darker that brown's going to be. So I think that's, let's see how well this behaves. Is that... I like that. I'm just wondering, is this too red? I don't know. It's okay. So you can see some of the patchiness that was in those dogs to begin with is kind of disappearing now that I put this subsequent layer over top of it. You know, this, by the way, is probably one, you know, all the paintings I chose, I always try to find paintings that I think are going to be the most simple, achievable artworks. So, you know, Nicole Eisenman's done a lot of different kinds of art, and a lot of it is pretty complex. You know, time-consuming, hyper detailed, like lots of things going on. This is, you know, so if you're like, wow, this one's like, there's a lot, this is, I looked and looked for something that I thought was like not going to be too difficult, that was going to be kind of achievable. And then this dog here. I want to try to capture a little bit of the looseness and the weird kind of use of materials here. So rather than painting it as solidly as some of the rest of the painting, try to keep it maybe a little bit of dry brush. It's probably going to be one of those things that afterwards might look a little bit weird, which is, you know, one of the genius aspects of Nicole Eisenman's work is like to keep something, like how do you make something look deliberately unfinished versus it just looks like it was kind of sloppily done, right? That's the $1 million thing. That's what a lot of artists try to try to perfect. Okay, I think I want to do some work on the grass now, because everything is has progressed pretty well, and I'm almost ready to move on. Let me just think about maybe this guy's pants before I do move on. I'm gonna do a second coat of that. I'm also just going to maybe add, for this second coat, I'm gonna take some of my warm blue and mix this color into my warm blue. It's very, very subtle, but it's like there's these, that's nice, I like that. I want to give just this look of slightly dark jeans or something that we see in there. It's because it's not totally black. Go. So gone are the patchy pants. Oh, and the hair too. Let's take a bit of this color, put a bit of white in it, turn it a little bit gray. Be a bit too much. Let's get darker again. Okay. I'm wondering, do I want to use this? Let's zoom. I think I might just take a bit of this gray that I just mixed and put in the hair. And just do maybe a little bit of outlining of the darker side of this hand. Or just the kind of fingers here. bit of this white and go back. Always keep in mind, that's my pinky finger and that's my pinky nail, alright? So there's not a lot of room to play here. Okay. Is there anything I can do up here? Maybe I'm going to mix a bit of like a slightly pinkish color that I can use for the face, just for like the nose. So, where am I? Let's take some white. There's a little bit too much red in there, so I just mixed it again right next to it. It's going to take a little bit of yellow. That was too much. And now I get just a little bit like of a softer pink, a little bit on the peachy side. So that's actually maybe even a little bit too subtle, but that's okay. It's good to kind of start out a little bit slow and then we can build up. I'm putting a little bit more on there. Maybe I need to, but I'm also just going to do a bit of that on these knuckles too. Overall, that hand is very gray, but okay. I think I'm going to put a little bit more white and gray in there anyway, but that's pretty good. Don't want to do anything on his shirt before I move on. It would be nice to get a little bit further on there, wouldn't it? So what if we take, this was our blue with some, here's our white, and the color we just used, that we used in here before. Now we get pretty close to that same color. I'm just going to do one that's got a little bit more maybe even just a bit just to outline a little bit of the darker parts of the shirt. And then I'm just going to mix a bit of the lighter blue back in. Just soften that up a bit. So what I'm just doing is I've got my darker color and my lighter color, and I can kind of just shift back and forth as needed, right? Now, I didn't even bother drawing these lines on the shirt originally because I knew they'd probably disappear. Dry brush as we get up top here. Okay, that's probably pretty good enough for this aspect. Now these shoes, like little things. The more and more you work on a painting, you're like, oh, and then there's this. I forgot to do that. Okay, whoops. So let's just go back to the brown that we mixed for the dogs. I think we could just use the same brown for these shoes and just kind of come in and a little bit more. Okay. I'm feeling good about this. So, I think with the dogs, a lot of that detail is going to come right at the very end. So I don't know if I want to work too much more on that right now, because I think we still have some work to do in the background, and I think we might accidentally overlap the dogs a little bit. So rather than worrying about making them perfect, then kind of have to be really careful with the background, let's just go to the background and solve that next here. So let's jump to basically finishing the background. And then I think we're well poised for the foreground too. Because really, I think once we get a little bit more of the background done, you'll be surprised at how little we have to do in the foreground at this point. So, lots more comments. Oh, there's Deborah says, hi everyone, I'm late coming in. We were out walking by the river and had a late supper. And there's Sandra as well. Hi friends. Is it just me or is there a vibrating hum in the background sound today? Huh. Interesting. Has anybody else noticed that? Let me see. If it is, it would be coming through the microphones, and hopefully that's not happening, because it is kind of quiet right now. So if there's a hum, that means I probably got the gain up a little bit high. I know I need to work with all those levels. It's just, it's always a little bit of something there. Okay, so the background. Let's start putting in some of these kind of hill shapes. And we can have a lot of fun doing, like this, what we're about to do now, should be fun. Actually, maybe let's do the clouds first. I want to finish that sky, or at least get that a little bit closer to being done, because I want to be able to overlap the hills in front of the sky. And you know, again, one thing I really like, I find very inspiring about Nicole Eisenman's work is that there's a kind of there's a lot of confidence and freedom in the way that they use different textures within the same painting. I remember when I was in art school, I had teachers who'd say, like, texture's fine, but just if you're going to use texture, then use texture everywhere or no texture at all, because it just gets a little bit busy with all sorts of different colliding, contradicting things. You know, it's the same sort of thing, like, it's not a good idea to wear multiple patterns all at once, because then you get conflicting, clashing patterns. And there's some people who love clashing patterns, right? One might say, like, punk rock is a style that really embraced clashing colors and patterns, and so I think I understand, you know, as a teacher myself, I understand that kind of a warning, because otherwise sometimes things can get pretty busy, and it can then quickly descend into just like into a bit of a mess. So one of the things I think, again, is amazing about their work here is the... Oops, my big head in the way, sorry. Is how they managed to pull off all these clashing patterns or textures, or areas where there's some textures and things, and some that don't have textures. I don't know, it's just It's not easy to pull that kind of thing off. I mean, there's probably a former college student of mine watching is like, that guy, I remember him giving me such a hard time for using texture and not texture, like, you know, it's hard to say. Okay, I think that's pretty good. It's now becoming pretty opaque. Both the blue and the white are opaque. I think I'm going to use my... Oh, that blue's almost gone, isn't it? I have to mix a bit more of that blue, which is not ideal, because ideally I would still have a lot of it left over to finish this painting, but I guess I wasn't paying attention. So we might have a slightly different blue here than what I painted with. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry that real quick, and then I'm going to finish the sky. There is a little bit of glazing in the clouds. Maybe I should do that first. Let me think about it. Okay, so I want to put a little bit of a gray glaze. Yes, Sandra says that the buzzing stops when the microphone mutes. Not surprising. Okay, so I'm actually going to take a bit of gray and just do a little bit. You see how there's like this little outline in the clouds, which makes those for a very strange part of the painting. But let's try to capture that a little bit. I'm going to take my glazing fluid. If you don't have glazing fluid, you could try doing this with the matte medium, but this is what it's for. This is formulated for doing what we're just about to do, which is called glazing. All right, we're going to mix this into some of that gray. Get a bit of white back in here. So this allows us to get a fairly light transparent color, or value in this case, but it's also gonna, because it's kind of formulated so that it could do a little bit of gentle blending to really smooth this out. So let's just come up here. You can see now a little bit more clearly. And so then I can just use another brush just to soften those edges. If you want, I kind of like them a little bit sharper, but let that dry there. What I think is kind of cool about this is that it makes these clouds look very sculptural and a little bit weird and uncanny. Like they're, rather than just like these fluffy white clouds in the sky, that they're like made of plaster or something. So that was a little bit darker area. I can, you know, depending on how much material I'm kind of putting down on here, darker it will be. Oops. Right now, every once in a while, just rub off that excess paint onto a cloth. I just often use my hands because it's convenient. Now that's pretty subtle. Like, you know, whenever we've done kind of glazing, we tend to kind of, I sometimes spend a lot of time on this, so I'm going to endeavor to wrap this up pretty quickly. But, you know, if we really wanted to kind of nail this, we might spend an hour or more on here. I'm just going to maybe let this dry, go back over a little bit of it to get some of the harder or darker areas. Okay, so I'm actually just going to quickly blow dry all of this, if I can, if my computer is being a little bit grumpy. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to take this a little bit of slightly darker version of this, and I'm just going to go around the kind of the underside of in the darker areas, because one thing with like kind of glazing is you can really build up some really nice subtle blended areas. I think just this little bit of gray, and of course again I'm going to come back in here with some blue that I already mixed shortly. And clean out this up even more. And if you feel like you've gone a little far, you can just take a brush and soften that out. And if it goes way too far, then just let it dry and paint right back over it. I mean, for me, the clouds in this painting alone are like absolutely fascinating to me, as just like a strategy, as a style of painting clouds. And you know, again, one of the things I love about Nicole Eisenman's work is that, you know, they're going to use this style maybe in this painting and maybe never ever again. It could just be a one-off, that they did this and they're like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that ever again. Whereas there's other artists who, after stumbling upon something like this, would make hundreds of paintings, maybe a whole career or a period of their work, using this kind of style. I mean, it's... that to me is sort of when you're kind of in the presence of a great artist, when they're so skilled that they like stumble upon something, you're like, yeah, that's great, but yeah, I did that. You know, it's like the Beatles or something. Yeah, we did this for a little while, then we decided to do this for a little while. Meanwhile, everyone's like, what? Like, if we were only capable of doing one of those kinds of things for a little while, we would be successful. And here, they're just tossing different ideas out left and right. Okay, so let's quickly blow dry that, and then I'm going to put my cool blue, finish off the sky. We'll do the ground here, so... Okay, so I've mixed this blue again. It's not bad. It's pretty close to the original. It might be a little bit dark. I could sit here and try to finesse it into getting it as close to the original as possible. If I can't match that color, then let's think about like trying to... maybe the way that I paint around the clouds can be the style, right? So let's say, for instance, oops, maybe that's a little close. That as I paint around here to start cleaning this up, that I'm just sort of, I want to make it look maybe like I intended to. They're kind of like sweeping kind of forms that exist in the ground, for instance. That way you don't have to like very carefully paint everything over again. So I'm taking a little bit of liberties up there. I mean, that whole area didn't exist in the original anyway, so let's see these clouds up here. So I can see a little bit of ghosting underneath here where there's the white of the clouds, which is, I mean, if I want, I could just keep on going and painting until that disappears, but But it does. This is making a huge difference with these clouds, and really just giving them some more refined shape. Okay, I'm gonna flip things maybe onto their side a little bit so that I can get at some areas a little bit easier. Okay, I'll be done here with the sky in about 10 seconds. I might feel like I need to do a little touch-up later on. But that's good. Okay, we've got to keep moving on. Okay, let's just clean. Yeah, let's clean these brushes. I'm just trying to think if I needed this blue. Maybe a little bit. Okay, just check in with this painting. So now let's get the grass going here. Take a smaller brush. In fact, let's make a warm green. Let's paint with a little bit of that for a bit because we haven't done any of that. So take my warm blue and warm yellow. Now we get a very different kind of green, much darker green. And you know, we could spend some time like trying to really replicate what Nicole's done here, but I think what I want to do is just maybe play a little bit, and I'm just going to kind of improvise a little bit here. With some of these kind of hills and things that we see. So I'm not really looking at the original here. I'm just going to put in almost like kind of like little waves. See, this is why I wanted to get that sky done, because then I could just kind of come up and do a little, go up and over the clouds in the sky a bit. Right, so this area kind of right next to the face is kind of darker, which is not surprising. Like, often what we would want to do is isolate that face a little bit by giving some darker areas right in front of it. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit more of this darker green here, and then we're going to move on to something a little bit lighter. Again, as I said, I'm just playing, I'm improvising. These don't necessarily have much to do with the original. I sort of just glance and like, okay, I could probably just get away with a little bit of this or that there. We're going to do a few different little things like this in this painting, of like a few different values and greens. If you see different things in here than I'm seeing, then you should run with it. Take it, use it, embrace it. Some little chunky buddies invading my paint here. You know, it's been 3 hours, well, 2.5 hours since we put this paint on the canvas, or on the palette, I mean. So those kinds of things aren't surprising. The paint starts to get a little bit chewy and Wow, I mean, there's a lot of just absolutely excellent brushwork and playfulness right in this area here. So I'm not going to do too much on there just because for time, I'll be here all night long. But it is worth just kind of taking a look and seeing if we can just sort of get just a sense of what's happening. I just mixed up some paint, and there's a little bit, maybe some blue and some yellow that might just come right through here. Like, so all of this here, this to me just seems like abstract painting that just happens to exist in a so-called representational painting. Right? So that there's almost like these paintings within paintings in her art where they allow multiple different kinds of, clashing styles or even genres of painting to happen here. So I think you should really just be very playful in this area and not worry about replicating it exactly, but just see if you can add a few of these like little staccato marks that are going in different directions. Because who knows, maybe you get kind of excited by something like, oh, I could do grass like that? That's, you can do that? Yeah, absolutely you can do that. I mean, it's funny, in all seriousness, I've had those types of conversations with students all the time. Students who are just like, wait a minute, you mean like I could paint grass with pink? And you're like, yeah, you could totally do that. Really? And I won't fail this project? Nope. Why would you fail the project if you painted the grass pink? I don't know, I guess I just thought because grass is not pink that I'm not allowed to paint it pink. Right? So it's like looking at the art of other artists like this who are really playing very seriously, that gives us permission to play very seriously ourselves, right? Might be enough of this color for that area. Let's just see. This shadow. Oops, sorry. There's that. And this area, I mean, that is beautiful. This reminds me a lot of that Cicely Brown stuff, like really weird, kind of mushy abstraction. So here in this area, we can really kind of play with colors. You could experiment in this area. This might be a great place to, at the end of the painting, when we've got colors left over, is to just throw a bunch of different weird colors and little textures in here and see if there's anything in there that sticks that you like. Okay. Let's zoom back out. So how about, let's do this again. Let's just take like a wildly different green. A lot more yellow on it. Warm yellow and warm blue to make this one. And let's just start putting this maybe a little bit in between some of these. It's kind of subtle, almost too subtle. No, that's actually good. This is what the doctor ordered here, I think. Okay, let's come back up here. Kind of just mirroring some of these curves and shapes that we had. Just sort of painting into them, around them, complementing them. Those lines aren't there in the original, but I just sort of felt like I wanted them to be there. So I'm inviting them to stay there for a bit and see what how it turns as the painting unfolds, if that's something I want to keep or not. Does sort of remind me of some paintings I used to make about 10 years ago. Just this kind of, you see it in the end of the video in the very last title card there. You may have noticed there's kind of swirling sky. So let's keep on going. I want to take a little bit of warm red and bring this into this mixture and turn this into a bit of a green brown. I'm trying to think of how much more of this I want to do. And I know there's going to be people in the comments who will eventually say, like, it doesn't look like the original at all. Like, I mean, why would anybody want to listen to you? So, again, you should feel inspired and welcome to paint whatever comes into your imagination. Okay, just a little bit more here because we could spend all night doing. Maybe I will now take a little bit of this yellow. Just take a bit of white. And there might be just a few little things around. See, I love in this area down here, what I think is kind of cool is how the body of the dog starts to kind of flatten out as we start kind of outlining around it. Like all of these, it's kind of weird what's happening in here. And, you know, from a strictly, you know, classical sense, it's all wrong, right? You're doing what you're not supposed to do down here, and yet it's there. So what are you going to do about it, kind of thing? Okay, let's do this. Take some of this yellow, the cool yellow, and just play with that for a second. Just the goal is just to, I just want to build up some variety here, so we see lots of different kinds of colors. Okay, I think I'm just gonna maybe can I just leave that like that? Is that okay? I think so. Maybe let's do a little bit. Let's take some of this cool red. What could we do? Let's get some white on it. Get some of this green. So here's an opportunity just to play a little bit. brown. So I got a little bit of cool blue. Back into the green, get some darker greens. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for just that silly little area there. So let's just think about what we want to do here. I'd like to kind of wrap up in the next half hour. Obviously we need to do a little bit more work on the body of this fellow and the dogs, maybe the pathway a little bit. Maybe let's do the pathway, and then we'll do the shadow, and then the dogs and the person. Okay, let's just quickly. Pascal wants to know what everybody's doing out there. It's a bunch of people watching, no new comments. Everybody's still there. Or, has the world come to an end? What's going on? I think I need just a bit more warm red. And let's take some white. Where should we do? Let's do this right up here. Take a little bit of this warm red. Looks like it's even a little bit peachy. And then let's use a little bit of glazing fluid. I thought there was a... oh, there it is. I thought I saw a blob of glazing fluid drip somewhere. I'm like, oh, where did that go? I don't know. Okay. So we're just going to do a little bit of color modifying. On the pathway here. That's very subtle, maybe almost too subtle. So we can go in and maybe just add a little bit more red in there. And I think I'm just going to take a smaller brush. let's take a bit more of the let's put a bit more glazing fluid on there. Okay, I'm going to take a bit of this brown that I had as well and blend that in here. It's a little bit intense. Get these kind of streaky things going. Remember this kind of, well, it's kind of dead, that color. Let's go take some of this brown, kind of greenish color. I'm gonna mix it in here. It's just gonna get a little bit muddy color. I guess it needs to be a little bit darker, okay? So let's just take a bit of our darker brown, bring that in there. Needs to be more on the greenish side. A little bit too pinkish. That was a little much. And that's a little much too, but maybe not too bad. So I have to do this kind of quickly with acrylic paint, right? I've got just a bunch of wet paint on here, and I'm just sort of smudging it and all that kind of stuff. With oil paint, we could do this and go to Hawaii for a week and come back and continue where we left off. With acrylic paint, you got to do it all while it's wet. Okay. Let's... So now we're going to kind of finish the figures in the foreground, the dogs, the person, some of the shadows, and then we might do a little bit of touching up in elsewhere, but mostly I think we'll be probably pretty close to being done. Okay, so let's put these side by side here. What do I do? I think let's do the snouts of the dogs. And so we're just going to use the brown that we had before, right? So this is our just warm red, warm yellow, warm blue is how we got this. Now we're going to take that same color and add our black, right? Which was warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow is how we got this. And now we can just mix this in here to get kind of a much darker brown, which we can use for, let's say, the paws and parts of the legs that are maybe a little bit obscured by, that are in the shadows, etc. Like this area right in here. Although, you know what? Since my hand is going to be resting there in a few minutes, I'm going to go to a little bit further into the painting here. Now notice I didn't go right to my darkest color because I want to build up to it. Dry brushing there. In fact, let's zoom in so you just can see what I'm up to here. Okay. Now I could do this with glazing, which we've done many times. I just, for time's sake, just sort of just doing this with the paint and just sort of maybe blending a little bit with my fingers. Not going to get quite as nice of results. Alright, so up close, this ain't too pretty right now. But I'm telling you, like, actually, in person, it's kind of, it doesn't quite look like that. Not quite as kind of sloppy. Let's do this dog. Sorry, I was touching up a little bit of the painting. I got my hands all, or my palm of my hand made a big print elsewhere. Just to touch that up a bit. So this dog in the foreground right here is very flat, so much less detail in here. And I think we want to try to keep it that way. You know, the one we just finished to the left of it was, you know, had a bit more nuance in there. Okay. We can make that even darker. But let's first come back here. Just quickly moving on to the other dogs. So these little legs are going to look like little stumps just because I'm kind of, whoops, that's much darker than I intended. So let's just see if I can blend that out with a bit of a lighter brown. Not as much as I would like to, but I'm not going to overly fixate or worry about that. Okay. And this little fellow back here. I think that might be all I'm going to do for it. Okay. Just keeping that kind of simple. Let's now go back to this dog here. And I'm just going to go directly into my darkest color. All right, you could use black if you wanted. I think I'll do a little bit of a highlight on there. Wow, you had lots of comments. A lot of there's Lolly there. Paul is listening to the news. It's pretty scary. World War III might be coming. probably a good idea not to watch so much television and so much news. Oh my goodness, yeah. Okay. So I think what I want to do maybe with the remaining like 10 minutes or so is maybe just focus on the figure. I mean, I'm pretty happy, you know, I didn't do too much work already. This is just in the first pass. We haven't touched the figure in like an hour. So there's not a lot that I think I want to do in here. I might do a little bit of darkening in the clothing, obviously the face, but the hands, just in terms of the scale of this painting, I don't know if there's much more that is worth even trying to do, honestly. I don't think they're going to get any better here. Let's just do these pants, a little bit areas where I went over with my paint for the background. Just clean that up a little bit. And maybe I'm just take a little bit of my darker brown. Oh, and don't let me forget that shadow of the purple shadow. I think I probably should have done that first before doing these shoes, but it is what it is. Okay, that feels better. You know what? While I'm just in this area, let's just do the shadow down there. And to take that off the list of things to do. Sometimes if I notice, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do that later. Then I forget to do it later. So let's just do it while it's top of mind. So we took our cool blue warm blue and cool red, warm blue and cool red, a little bit of white. So this is predominantly a blue purple, so a warmer purple. And where should we start here? Let's get a little bit light. There's a little bit too much white in there, but There we go. Okay, I can let that dry and maybe get it a little bit darker, especially right in here. But I'll let it dry, otherwise I'm just going to be pulling some of that paint I just put down off, right? Including maybe, in fact, let's just quickly... That brown's too dark. But you know what, I'll put it down here, and then we'll paint a little bit of a lighter brown over top of it, and that'll look like the bottom of the shoe. A little trick we can do. Oh, there's a... Just noticed on this dog on this side. Oops. Why is there all this fluid of water all over here? I think it's because I took the brush right out of the jar and didn't dry it off, and there was wet water still in that brush right there. So hopefully since I've done this, I kind of have to just integrate a little bit more. Just blend this out. Okay, it's not bad. Quick solution. Pascal says, if there's too much white, how do you fix it? You add black or have to redo the blue and red? You mean in the purple? Is that what you're talking about, Pascal? In theory, it's the value you'd want to fix, not chroma so black. I'm not sure. Not sure I understand what that means. But yeah. So if you're using whether it's darkening a color with black or you're lightening a color with white, if you go too far in either direction, what I would do is just take whatever paint you've got left on your brush and then mix a new version of it next to it. Because if you're trying to lighten a color that's already got a lot of black in it, good luck. You're going to need 5 tubes of paint to lighten it back up. And same sort of thing, if you've got a little bit of white in a color, let's say, you know, I said this before, like I mixed my gray and there was a little bit, or my black, and there was a little bit of white still on my paintbrush, and I knew right then that whole thing is going to be contaminated, and it's now going to be a gray and not a black. And I was fine with it because I don't mind that there's contrasting with all the other values there. It didn't have to be super black, but I knew that if I wanted a proper black, I'd have to mix it again. There's one, it's, how do you describe that? Once it's got a little bit of white in it, it's always going to be there. You'll never get rid of it, no matter how much pigment. So you just have to mix it again. And I always just mix it again side next to it, because you never know, you might want to pull a little bit of that in. But yeah, I think if I look at the face, let's do that, the face of this fellow. Okay. Maybe I'll get a little bit of peachiness. I'm taking now my cool red and cool yellow, mostly just because that's what I got left here on the palette. Ideally, I would use my warm colors for this, but I don't think we're going to see a radical difference here, especially because everything's just so small. I think let's let that dry, and then we're just going to basically put some darker lines over top of that. Let's do a little bit of darkening, or maybe even a little tiny glaze. Let's do a little glaze. I'm just going to take my cool blue, put a little bit of glazing fluid in there, and even just take a little bit of my darkest color. And I'll have a blending brush nearby should I need it. And maybe let's start right here. Okay, we'll blow dry that here in a second. We're just gonna go just a little bit darker. Yeah, let's do this all at once. Okay. Okay, well, that's just working away there. Let's come back up to the eyes. I'm going to take this... Well, that's kind of dried. So let's take our darkest color. Add just a little bit of white to it. I'm going to start with something that's not quite as my darkest color, because that way I want to reserve it for a little bit of a highlight, or not highlight, like a nice strong shadow or something. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now I will take my dark color. Maybe I should let this dry. Oh goodness. It's quite the big nostril. Okay, well, you know, when I look at it on its own, it's okay. When it looks side by side, I don't know. But I'm just gonna take some white now, come back into this face. Okay, just going to take a little bit of this white and just bring it back onto the hands so that the face still looks like it's part of that body. Where is my... That nose got a little bit bigger. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry. I'm going to come back into this hair with my dark color. Okay, I think I gotta go to one of my smallest brushes here. I really want to get I think it's because that paint is still wet. I should just... let's just reverse the charge here. Looking more and more like a Joker or something. Okay, well that's just sitting there working. Let's see if I can trim this nose a little bit. Facial features. Although I don't actually mind it. Pretty tiny little details here. Uh, I mean, it's interesting how, like, the personality of this person kind of changes every time I do a little bit of tiny little fiddling there with, like, the nose, etc. Sorry, just touching up a little bit here before I move on. Okay. So now I just want to do little finishing touches. If, in fact, I do need anything, I want to... Is it worth trying to get that nostril on that nose, or can I just leave it? I might just leave that nose like that. It's, you know, from up close, maybe not so good. But when we back out a little bit, I think it's fine. Either way, I gotta let a few things dry. In fact, I think I'm just gonna quickly blow dry it. Lolly says, I love it when you paint a face and it makes you laugh. Which is, you know, I do that just because sometimes as it develops, it becomes silly. Like, I can see different, you know, I think is maybe you mentioned something, or somebody mentioned that it looks like the Joker a little bit. Which is funny, you know. You gotta laugh a little bit every once in a while. These things get so bizarre sometimes, and you don't really know how it got there. And I just want to do a little bit of texture on this stick. Let's do a bit more of a I might need to make this a totally different color to really pop. Let's see, what if, okay, this is too small of a brush. Let's take some white. No, it's too close. See about this kind of a blue. Yeah, no, that's not going to do either. Well, you let me know. What do you think that color of that stick should be? Maybe an orange, maybe? It's not bad, actually, right now. Let's see if we take some cool yellow, cool red. Guess I need to get my sometimes I just like to try to get through a painting without having to squeeze more paint onto the palette, and it looks like I'm gonna just have to bite the bullet and doesn't quite connect up top here. And I don't know why in their paint... Oh, there is a little bit of that stick coming through the other side here. Down here. Just gonna oops, sorry, not on camera. Okay, so I gotta blow, well, let me see, I'll let that dry for a few minutes. So I think what I'll do, I'm just going to take some white and get just a little pop of light on this eye here. It looks really big and bright, but in person it's barely visible. I'm going to do the same with the dogs. Like, that's a little trick that we use to just give a little bit of life back into shapes like that, because it replicates kind of the light reflecting off an eyeball, makes it look alive. You know what? I'm getting pretty happy. I mean, again, there's a lot I can do in this painting that I haven't done, but maybe just take a bit more of this blue and this purple. Gets that a little bit darker. This is just the paint that was on the brush, just wiped the majority off. Just get a bit of, in fact, I'm just going to take a bit more of that. This is the same color I just put down here. Just using it as a shadow. You know, I might be happy with that. I really, you know, another, well, I think I just want to get a bit of reddish brown. right back in here. This is the kind of thing, like just this little bit of red. You know, these are the little kind of things I look to and think like maybe that's there not just as part of the composition, but to help create some kind of balance. And omitting it, even as small as it might be, I think it might be playing a small role. Same thing, there's a little bit of water. I did that much earlier, but I'm just gonna bring a bit of that back. And you know where that stick is? This is a tiny little detail, but I think I'm just going to need to get it a little bit darker right here. Trying to get these to line up. Okay. So, I think I'm going to call that, because I feel like I could paint on this all night long, because it is kind of fun. Like, there's so many little areas of play in a painting like this, and it is, I mean, this is my favorite part. My favorite part of the painting is the beginning and the end. There's a lot of fun stuff in the middle. Not that I don't enjoy that, but this is my favorite part because we can just sit here and tinker and tinker and tinker and tinker. And I see now I'm looking at the pause. Maybe I want to do more. I'm like, you know what? Let's wrap this up. Oops, where I was Where was I? That's a different thing altogether, right? Where I was. It shall be. Where I was, it shall be. No one looks at the back of the painting, right? So as long as the front looks good, that's okay. How did I just... Oh, some paint is just flaking right off here, so let's... What color was that? Okay, so let's do our side-by-side comparison. Let's just take a look at these two. There are some differences. If you want to support the channel, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, take a photograph of the painting you just did, upload it to the Facebook group. I would love to see what you created, whether it was Nicole Eisenman's painting that you recreated or something else that is important to you. We would love to see it, and in, I think, 2 weeks, we're going to be doing another feedback episode. We're going to take a look at all the great artwork you've been doing. So, and if you want to leave a donation, here's a suggested way to do that. So, let's take a look side by side. It's funny, like, my fellow's got a different personality, almost a little bit happier. It could be a little bit of a Joker kind of quality. The dog's not so happy with the way that I executed those, just because I was going fast or a little bit sloppy. I really enjoyed playing with the sky. Now, it is a bit uneven. Again, some of this is just because I'm going quickly, and that's why it just will get sloppy when you're going quickly. That's just what happens. If you're working on this, you could certainly take as long as you like to get it done. What are some other things here? You know, I really would have loved to have spent more time and really dug into the grass. That feels like, especially up in here, kind of a major bummer that I didn't. But that's, again, that's the difference between this being a 4.5 hour long episode and a 7-hour episode. You know, some of the shadow, like, I'm actually quite happy with the way that the person turned out. Despite the fact it's a little bit different, I don't mind. So, you know, my favorite parts would be the person and the sky. Even the pathway, especially down here, I could see maybe I could touch that up a little bit. Shadows, yeah, I like those. I like a little bit of what happened down here. I would like to have, again, on a much bigger canvas, that stuff would be so much fun to do. So, we'll just take a quick little zoom in. There's that. Let's just look up in the sky here. Yikes. You know, again, you know, it would probably look really nice if I'd spent a little bit more time cleaning that up. Now it does look much warmer, much more darker than it was originally. Yeah. It's okay, right? Okay, everyone. Well, thank you so much for painting along and for joining me, keeping me company for a little while. I hope you had a great evening, and we'll see you guys. What is today? Thursday? We'll see you on Tuesday. We're going to be is it Marc Chagall next week? I think we're going to be doing a Chagall painting next week in celebration. I think it's his birthday next week. And then afterwards, we're going to go into a period where we're going to be looking at some of the great artists from Ukraine as a way of helping to preserve some of Ukraine's history in the face of, in fact, one of the artists we're going to be looking at, the museum that houses their artwork was destroyed. So we will have an opportunity to try to salvage a little bit of the great art that they've made before even more great art from Ukraine's history is obliterated. Anyway, conversation for another time. Don't want to end on a down note. Hope you all have a great night, and we'll see you guys next week. We'll talk to you all very, very soon. Good night, everybody.